How are you, Bridge? I am well enough. One of those days. But we're here. The best villains are the ones who you can't really say are wrong. I can get behind that. It is not my birthday, but hello, Bina. How are you doing? Negan from The Walking Dead. Yeah, I'm still not caught up with that. I stopped at season 8. So I have at least a couple of seasons to catch up on. I also have no real baseline for him. I don't know how he is in the graphic novel. I'm curious what they're going to do with him, though. What they have done with him. But he's apparently prolific enough to make it into Tekken, of all things. Only have one season left. They've had a good run. About as long as Supernatural, right? 12 seasons. That's wild to me. Let me... Second, I need to check something. It may show... Yeah, I didn't think so. Have to re-enable Twitch integration, which means I need to get a specific key. Extinctions. Okay, that worked. The last time I did this, I had to enter it manually because it would not copy and paste properly. That time it worked fine, so I'll take it. Grey's Anatomy is still on the air. I didn't know that was still happening. Hello, Yin. I watched the first 2 seasons of Supernatural and was not a fan. I tried, though. I'm well enough, Rictus. How are you doing? Watched The Bad Batch. I feel like I should. I just don't really have any drive to. I appreciate them expanding those characters in that universe. But I'm not compelled. What were you up to, Rictus? And she has through with some drinks. Excellent. Where are you in that? Where are you in MGS3? Where do you stop? Or did you finish up? Or are you through it? Also, how's my microphone? I'm using a different one since the last time I played this. It's one I've used before, but I have to configure the EQ stuff every time. Feels like I'm farther away from it. I have moved closer. Is that any better? It is better, okay. Let me know if that's an issue at all going forward. Oh, hello, Gremlin. I hope you're enjoying MGS3. It is my personal favorite of the... the 6 mainline games, including Peace Walker. Hello, Beheaded. How are you doing? Also, at some point, I'm probably going to have to have an impromptu break as I get caught up with Zeppelin. Edward is currently in the emergency vet. He hasn't eaten over the past couple days, and we don't really know what's going on. So whenever they get back, probably going to have a discussion. Hopefully they can figure it out. But for now, we have a case to solve. Oh, I have to do all that over again, huh? Does it work on mobile? Does excellent.
Bastards! We have a right to work.
The man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot, and oddly screechy for a man his size.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
No.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Is the game a little low? I can rectify that. Oh, I don't have fucking... Hold on. Mr. Robot.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Should be up now. So I'm just making a Discord thing. That didn't work. All right. Let me know if the volume is any better.
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of cause are we talking about?
Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scott.
The loitering man hollers in return. What's a strike? I'm for... How's it going, 42B?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
He shifts uncontrollably or uncomfortably in his worker's overalls.
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we
Have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting? What does that mean?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
You wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
Who are all these strikebreakers?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
Given a job to do!
What's going on? What's going on? You're just getting started, picking up where a little before where we left off because it crashed right at the end.
You've been talking to him for quite
Or
a while now.
froze.
Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Okay, I gotta ask, where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Routine, part of the investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Never heard of it. Are you lying?
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Gonna quick save again. That whole thing with the statue. The lorries probably stored fuel here. Now they store booze. Right, I was supposed to rebind some things. Options, controls. Can I not rebind? Thought cabinet. Interesting. There's a flying thing harassing me. It has a death wish. How's it going, Jake Panda? Oh, right click does the same thing, it would seem. Didn't know that. That's good to know. I don't think I found that before. A foreign car, kept in good condition. This game, you play a detective with amnesia currently. Solving crimes. Being a hero. Well, I don't know about that part, but solving crimes for sure. Three T's, idiomatic. So this is the other side, okay. Jump Jams, popular. Sorry, what? Popular what? How dare you? Glossy magazine, most able-bodied men. This issue hosts a top 10 list. There are also some audio issues, apparently. Why, I don't know. This area in particular is
The
not.
Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie, but a goldie.
Who drives these?
Not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too, it appears.
Hey, Kim, check this shit out.
A Stash Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
Hold on, maybe I can impress him. Do I know what happened last time?
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue, the colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white, the colors of the Stars Ryko.
What happened last time, Kim?
An old case for my precinct. A couple of Zhimsk migrants saw a Stash Raiko stopped in the street, painted just like this, muddy brown. Murdered the driver on the spot. They said it was an honor killing, hussar style. The James community protested the trial, flying the banners of some old king or whatever. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
Kim, could our hanged man and the driver of this car?
I tried to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like this before actually examining the body.
Fair enough.
My initial guess is the two are unrelated.
Who are they?
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that.
What do they sentence the killers to?
4 years for murder in Reunion.
4 years for murder?
The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence.
Ah,
That's the system.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
makes sense. I'm gonna do it. I hate to correct you.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word.
Opinion.
Yes, detective?
Should have left it baby blue. I think it looks better brown and black. I don't know. Should have left it baby blue.
Sure you're not James?
He shares a smile with you, only for a second.
Yes, you're sure you're not. Or if you are, it's only in that Revacholian way. 4 to 5% maximum.
I can't interact with the statue again. What's going on with the music? Oh, that's why I need to interact with that. What a mess. Sure, I'll take that. I'm not going to wear the white tank top, but I'll take it. I will take that money, though. I have 11 whole ass dollars. Hello.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'd like to ask you some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Wait.
The lieutenant stops you before you can snap.
She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Why?
Why? I just told you why.
You say so. She's the killer. The bold slogan, Humanox, covers the truck. Save again.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea.
Who?
It looks a silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III.
Sorry, I did all this last time.
Greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the Insane.
Howdy, Koga. And Wimley.
As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
In what way?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
Just remembered I didn't turn on any lights in the living room or the bedroom, so I just did that. Smart lights are useful. How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
Deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
Oh, what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
Be right back. Sorry about that. Zeppelin came in and gave me the rundown on Edward. They couldn't find anything wrong outside of, I think, like an elevated white blood cell count, which may indicate either a current infection or traces, like remnants of an infection. But we're really just supposed to monitor him the next couple of days. And if he continues to not eat, bring him back in. But he's a big old drama queen, so he probably lost a toy under the stove or something and is being very sad about it. He'll be fine. I would be sad, I understand completely. Someone remind me in once the next hour, well, not in the next 12 minutes, but I don't know what time zone people are in. 10 Central, 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. Someone remind me in about an hour to go out and check on him. I'm going to do that a couple times before I feed him. Let me just set a reminder so you don't have to. Also means I can, boom. Remind me to check on Edward at 10 p.m. Thanks. That's it. Alright, where were we? Oh, right, nose candy.
Cocaine.
So he was addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
Having FOMO? I'm unfamiliar. Semi-syringe you had with your EV. What happened with that? If I may ask. You're missing. Oh, I see.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Okay, where is he buried now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. Revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the Communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Who restored the monument?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
It's brilliant, I guess.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics. and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time? Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
What indentations? What do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet?
Yeah, I miss campfires, bonfires. Really just love the smell.
Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Lieutenant, someone shot the king?
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it.
What do you think?
Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement?
Political. It's a king and he's shot.
Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings.
No, yeah, that's right. You can absolutely start a bonfire anywhere. All it takes is a max, some kindling, and a healthy hankering.
Magnesium-based life form. We tell them, hell no. You're about to become a magnesium-based life form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No longer must mankind rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species, the next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium proto-man who mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
Oh no, my logic. Oh, you can forget. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. $6 for that. I'll take it. Kuno, Lord of Cinder. Can't one-shot me. That would have been nice to have like an hour ago. In game time, anyway. Yeah, I don't, I'm very curious how... Well, you know, I'm not even going to say it. Because I don't want to know the answer. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. Okay, so that's everything I've done, and then some, before the game decided to just stop. Yeah, Edward's always been a temperamental eater. Like sometimes he'll eat all of his food. Sometimes he'll only eat like half or less. And just wander off. He gets very disinterested in food. It's weird. Like he'll be ravenous, or rather, he'll be very excited when I'm putting the food down. But when it comes to eating, he's like, "Yeah, I can do better." That said, this time around, he seemed like physically ill. Like he literally, well, it was really just bile that came up right before feeding time when we realized something was wrong. And it came out in like, yeah, well, I'm not going to describe it terribly detailed. It was just, it went far. I'll say that. But no actual food because he hadn't eaten. And then for the next couple of feedings, he just didn't eat. And he laid around and seemed very uncomfortable and or in pain. Like he laid down but wasn't asleep, that sort of thing. Yeah, just yesterday I got 3 ads. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate ads on anything.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
What's this machine?
Oh, that's the tear machine.
Yes, but what is it?
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money.
I see. And how do I pick up tear for the tear machine?
You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so... Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
Noted. A melancholy pop song plays on the radio. So I can get sub to people more. I hear people have been getting ads even while subbed. Yellow roses, dozens of them. Tulips too. I also hate the fact that they have changed it so even though you have Prime, you still get ads. I hate that. Nothing like having an ad at a critical moment, and then you obviously never buy the product. Yeah. Run home, be added.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Before we go on, what is this Frit?
I don't know. Frit?
What is? Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
What magazine are you reading?
You mean this?
She looks at the cover, boasting a colorful photo of 2 girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
What is this fashion police feature?
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
But your hat would take the prize.
No. I don't like it. I hate it.
You should.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Let's proceed. I have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
Did you know the man who died?
Not really.
Not really? Doesn't mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Every store clerk like this should care as little as her. Agreed.
Okay.
Thank you for your help.
Uh-huh.
She brushes a strand of hair off her face and tries to return to her magazine.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicines. Pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Dramamine, magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
I shouldn't be spending money. I might take a Nosafed. Saint Baptiste.
St. Baptiste, you know, the pharmaceuticals company.
Umbrella.
St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals, the one that sells meds out of St. Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
What do those products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Dramamine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Can you be a little more specific?
No. Sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Dramamine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Thanks, tutorial agent. I shouldn't be spending money. I might get a health thing just to have it. I'll get a health thing just to have it.
Okay, here. I hope
Nice.
St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Alright. What's this?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
I don't want to steal a raincoat. What's that?
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
She taps on the glass counter. The raincoats patiently await purchase.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult.
I really like just the dynamics of the mechanics going on underneath the hood. Like you interacting with things actually makes a difference. Like it's not even something that I've had to adjust to. It's something that has been implied since I started. That interacting with things can have actual consequences, and it's not like traditional games where you are the protagonist and you can just basically run around and do everything until you do something to progress the story. Like exhausting all the dialogue options isn't done for the sake of exhausting all the dialogue options. You have to be smart about what you do. Yeah, and like they hint at that. Like they just told me that now. Things like that have been happening very slowly, very subtly throughout since I started. But the game doesn't beat you over the head with it, and I love that. It's very intuitive. It's like the conversations themselves or the RPG, exactly. I feel like I shouldn't do this. I like my coat. I'm keeping my coat. I do need better pants. What's that?
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
Oh no.
The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak.
This is the best way to hide your game as a visual novel from people who don't like visual novels. You right.
There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol. The beauty, the truth, the poetry of it all.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Wow. That's 30. Oh, wow. Huh. Somehow these make you smarter. I'm not buying cigarettes. I'm not buying cigarettes. I'm not buying cigarettes. I'm not buying cigarettes. Tell me more.
The pale aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
Pale?
You know.
She shrugs, uninterested in explaining it further. Okay, what will consuming this stuff do to my body?
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
She stares at you, unsure.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while damaging your health. Alcohol raises physique while damaging your morale. Use medication, like Nosifed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances. Note: consuming substances can have unforeseen consequences for you.
Oh, clearly. I'm assuming addiction is a thing in this. It's not good. You know what? I'm not going to ask that. Is that everything? I think so. Hello.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Good name. Strong name. Announces the rotund man. The remark isn't addressed to you. It's addressed to the lieutenant. Why are you addressing my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
You tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
He's right. You're undermining our best shot at real self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Well, I think we all learned something here is... I mean, I guess. Fucking A-Cam, I got your back.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, you have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, cigarettes smoldering between his fingers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
How long has this been going on?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up?
Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Sounds like apples.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
I found this mug in the trash.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Is it yours?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
What was that argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Oh, so you're just a racist. Makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books, huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Yes, I can really tell you're a prime example of superior design.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources.
Okay, and?
This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kips are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
Hey, what is this cultural victory?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any motetos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Now, the way I'm going to play this, I still don't really have my memory, so I'm not super detective yet. I'm still guy with amnesia. And guy with amnesia is not down with this.
Don't push your luck, Runt.
The man gives you a disgusted look, then turns his attention elsewhere, ignoring your presence. Third playthrough, you're very okay with racism. How'd that go?
Bunga 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 bunga.
Oh right, my nemesis.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
90% of the time it's the game non-stop dunking on you for going the route good. Or as Beheaded said, "Goop."
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Thanks, pal.
Noah, thank you for 45 full months. It was time.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
This is the police. Please open the door.
Sorry, officer. I thought you were...
There's a spot of static that overrides her words.
But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
What?
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
How dare you?
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
Pinball. Main hall, building B, whirling in
Nothing
rags.
happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Boxing for young athletes in gym.
All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
Hair?
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
Pinball.
Silence. No one answers your call.
This is rude.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything. You can almost hear them breathe.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
This is a woman's voice crackling and fragile through the static.
Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
Hold on. Tricentennial Electrics. I thought I was calling Slipstream SCA.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Sorry?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
She must be mistaking you for someone else. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Yeah, it's me. Here I am again, crawling back into your life.
Michelle, just please.
She stops, and you can hear her breathe heavily, her breath distorted by ancient static. Jesus.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Hold on, tell me what's going on. What did I do?
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
Uh-oh.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
Ruh-roh.
She
Forget about
sounds
what?
like she's about to cry.
Hello?
She doesn't answer.
You said it was nice. What's so nice about forgetting?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
What just happened?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
All right, it's a goodbye then.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
Fortress accident, huh?
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident.
Revachol City.
Silence. No one answers the doorbell.
Thank you, Caged, for 85 months. Should have
Thanks
been
so much.
canceled. Yeah, I was gonna say, what the hell? Stop that. I'm not gonna do this again right now. Well, that was strange.
Hello, sweetie.
The elderly woman turns to you with a smile.
Wait, who's Sweetie? Her eyes move up and down your person as though taking your measurements. Her attention is scientific.
Who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
Maybe I am.
And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
She smiles conspiratorially. Wink twice? I had once. Then I lost her.
What was with that fucking wink?
Tap yourself on the... Yep, do it.
I see you are still grieving. Well, I won't pry.
She smiles gently, paying no heed to the inexplicable winking.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
She slaps herself on the forehead.
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Her eyes glitter over the rims of her glasses as she looks up, smiling.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
You seem to be in a chair. Holy shit. What? What? How? None of these seem like a good idea. Gotta get going now.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
She gives you a small wave.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Not now.
Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime. Maybe who cares? Just rum.
Finish thought. It's all about money, you know.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Do I take his card? I'm gonna take his
It's in
card.
deep slumber. Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocketbook.
And the man?
The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick.
Does the lieutenant see me?
No, he's looking the other way, perhaps purposefully.
Steal the document.
You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore. Just for the record, you look nothing like the man on the document.
So you've made it this far.
Full work. Thank you for 13 full months. 3 full house moves in a single month. Sucks. This game is amazing. What? Why did it come out as a link? To answer the stream question, the Ranting 7. Gregory, you're right. Yeah, that's strange. But I respect it. How are you doing? 3 full house moves aside. Why did you have to move 3 times? Stream question is best villain?
You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. The note says 5 real. It feels nice and greasy.
I don't want to take, okay.
Yum yum. Money. Think of all the things you can buy with this. The synapses in your brain fire with glee. The sleeping dock worker has little to say about your actions. He remains silent.
Gonna leave. Thanks for not caring about that. Oh, because of the time. Dishes are dry and smell of chemicals and pine trees. That means... I didn't even consider that. I forgot. An aroma of spices, alcohol, and tomato hangs in the air.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Quebec. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please, it's not funny.
It sounds like it would be pretty funny. Hello, sir. Got time for a few questions?
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Got some impressive pots there.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. Mind if I...
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
Wonder where this door leads.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Out of duty. You may find something pertinent in the investigation.
Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
It's been It's been, well, it does not compare to being out in it. But the AC has not been functioning here properly. So I have been melting in this office. And it doesn't help that all of my equipment in here is, I want to say it brings the room up to like 5 degrees higher than what it is in the rest of the apartment. And it is unpleasant. Hopefully that'll change tomorrow. Yeah, it's supposed to be warm.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
The door in the main investigation will merge into a mini side investigation.
The person to ask about this, the cafeteria manager.
Excuse me, sir.
Can I help you?
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Found the victim's clothes.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Who else has keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Could someone on your staff put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Thanks. Let's talk about something else.
Yes?
Seen something here at the Whirling you need to talk about.
Thing.
I saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
He tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
He gives you a meaningful nod. How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
There's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it? Do you have...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some
Not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
Please be careful, Caged.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later. see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. Old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older. The door does not budge.
All right, let's head upstairs.
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on, somewhere inside. Still no answer. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance.
All right. Well, let's go pop out here. So is my window fixed? Kim tries not to look at your broken down bathroom door.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor. Where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
Sorry for this.
No problem, officer.
Takes a step forward toward the door like he'd like to leave.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
No, I didn't get the pry bar. I was thinking about going back for it for the steel door.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Interesting.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Oh, I see.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Are you able to help me out here? So you can give me boost. Retriable anyway, but don't you have to up your stat first before you can retry them? Let's see.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Come on.
The faucet
Yes.
is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops.
We're all heroes.
Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
I'm gonna try it with an 8% chance.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression. It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
That's fine.
The fan is spinning. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain.
Jeez. Bring it on.
Your eyes burn.
Oh no.
Photosensitivity. It's not good. The lights are off again. The blades come squeaking to a halt.
How rude. Alright, so you see now I've been living the past however many days. Gonna go back to that pry bar, gonna try it on the door. Wait.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Alright. Let's go break into a thing. Consider the following, Caged. Stop dying.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock.
Shoot. The leading intellectual organ of Martinez communism offers a radical Mazovian perspective on a range of contemporary issues. The cover features a stylized portrait of the late King Frisil, with a pair of white antlers growing out of his head.
see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. The door does not budge.
Alright, well. Do that. Alright, there's something I just haven't been over there at all.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front. A faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102, with a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant.
Whole bunch of shit over here. It's because a rose, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. On the cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
Then you must be Annette. Hello. A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
That's the girl who yelled at Kuno. The girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts her eyes wide as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
You're standing out here in the cold
I'm
because...
signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Should I have a word with the store owner, maybe?
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Hot juice does not sound good. Shouldn't you be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important
Mum
than this?
says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Cursed? In what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
bankrupt.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
I don't think curses are real.
They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
Just regular trading and selling of things, child. It doesn't work out for most people.
Of course, sir.
Okay, see you around. This is a book about pate. This book, you don't really understand what it's about, nor does it seem important. Book about Boyadero culture, promotes freedom and roaming upstream. Book about the future, government reads your mind using radio technology. Well, that isn't relevant. Some of the shit people believe these days. To roundabout north. to Cape Side Apartments, Martinez Pier. The ad reads broken window. Tibbs has windows.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
Kuno.
That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the star of Pericanasis, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericanassian church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Yeah. If you got a bag in your hand, perhaps you could collect these bottles and sell them. Hey. Okay, now I'm going to go check on Edward. I'll be right back. I didn't mute. I return with a peach. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. I was muted. I never sought them out. I did stumble across a few. One in particular springs to mind because I thought it was weird for someone to be writing about. Well, yes, but the it was one of those things that would have been questioned. Like it was, it's such a weird thing, but it was a fic about aged up card captors characters, but it was like a bittersweet, unrequited love thing that someone sent me. With them in like their 20s. It was very strange. But it's less weird when you think about. I want to say it's at the very least allude to, if not outright say in the Japanese of Cardcaptor Sakura, of Tomoyo having feelings for Sakura in some way. Even though they're children. That's negative. I mean, this was years ago. When people were I tend to not judge people's fic preferences. And I had a handful of friends who were very, very eager to show me all sorts of things they were reading or writing. Indeed, Asian guy. I've written fan fiction, yeah. I've written it for Resident Evil, Left 4 Dead, funnily enough. And it counts on a technicality. I've written Handmaid's Tale fan fiction. So I read the book in college, and I had to as an assignment, write fan fiction is perfectly, like, it's a perfectly legitimate way to write, to flex those muscles, to just expand as a writer. To me, it's no different than fan art in that respect. Whisker, you tell him to hurry up or you'll leave without him. And then don't actually leave without him. But be incredibly dramatic about the whole thing. But no, that's my experience with reading fan fiction. All of it occurred during the times when the internet wasn't quite as large, like nowhere near. We're talking like mid to late 2000s, if not a little past the 2010s, maybe like a year or two. That's questionable though. Maybe I'm more comfortable saying mid to late 2000s, but this was all people had when it came to like media was not produced as quickly. Well, that's not really. It was for games, they were churned out faster, but you didn't have all the supplemental material that you have these days, like comics and television shows and movies, etc., to accompany everything else. So what you would wind up with was people expanding those worlds themselves through fan fiction, through forums, etc., through like fan websites. So I wound up reading the Resident Evil fanfic that was recommended to me, and I thought it was very good.
Carlos!
Indeed. And that person wound up having to discontinue their work because they were hired because of their fan fiction to write Andromeda novelizations. I never actually read those because I didn't really care for Andromeda. I also didn't really, I don't know how long it would have taken to write them or any of the specifics. I didn't look into it past that. And I only had the person's handle. So I never looked them up. But that as a thing, like plus the whole 50 Shades of Grey thing, like everything.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary.
Like Like, there's no such thing as a new idea. So if you like a world, don't feel hard pressed to leave it unexplored. My problem with 50 Shades, well, I mean, there's that, and there's also the whole it's poorly written thing.
Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
What's a tourist attraction doing here? It's probably for the people who live here.
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick.
What happened?
They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Evrard's Claire's doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
I wouldn't recommend it, but I understand the morbid curiosity. Yeah, so way back when, I've told this story as well. I was dating someone at the time who had not seen, or who refused to interface in any way, shape, or form with Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel. And at that time, that was pretty much the only game in town when it came to like mainstream, modern-ish vampire media. And she was into Twilight, which I wanted no part of. So I kept trying to convince her to at least watch Angel, because she, at the very least, liked David Boreanaz. So she came up with a deal. I read Twilight, she'd watch Angel. I agreed. I read the first book, which I still have, because I never returned it. But she got the better end of the deal. I'll just say that. And Buffy and Angel are good times. So good I had to keep it more like she lived in a different state and never got the chance to give it back. We don't talk about the imprinting. I know, like, the shit I know about Twilight is frustrating. Because while I haven't read the other books, I have had them explained to me in great detail by multiple sources, while I wept into a bowl of cold ramen. It's a vampire, it's not you hate Twilight, I understand. Yeah, see, I'm putting Shay and Annika through Buffy. First season of Buffy is rough. It still very much has the same campiness. Like it's the 90s, so it's pure 90s camp just by default. But it also has the campiness of the film that it's based on, of the same name. that was incredibly campy, and they don't phase that out until maybe halfway through the second season. So every time I rewatch it, I tend to skip the first season. It's that bad. It's 12 episodes of nonsense. Buffet the Vampire, yeah, that's it. Or Buffet the Vampire Layer. First season is just a lot. Yes, high school drama, absolutely. But it's also incredibly one-dimensional with the majority of its characters. Xander especially. Choreography is just not there. And it, like choreography, special effect, none of it's there yet because they didn't have the budget. But oh boy. Can we do something about it?
We should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Because Xander is one of those characters that you either detest or you begrudgingly appreciate after he's grown on you over the course of multiple seasons. And there's usually no, it's usually those two. Well, it was good. That's spend money I shouldn't be spending.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
Turn the knob to focus your vision.
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature.
I guess I'll hydrate. I got a new water bottle, as I said I would, and it's one with basically a flip top. You press a button, and it pops open. It has a straw, so no more unscrewing and closing it. It's a good time. I also have this, which I should probably drink before it gets cold. But yeah, Buffy was originally a movie, also by Whedon, I believe, but the executive producers took all the credit, if memory serves. And then he was given another chance to basically another pass at it in the form of a television show. They gave him a show. And it stuck. I'm honestly genuinely shocked that it was renewed for a second season. The first until the third season. I was like, wait, what happened in the second season? So I had to go back and watch that. Cleaning straws, yeah, it's... I only drink water out of this thing, so it shouldn't be too difficult, but, yeah, cleaning straws in general is rough. Do I still have gel on my soundboard? I have some gel on my soundboard.
Keep dreaming.
I can't hear it, and that was my random button, so I don't know what actually played there. I mean, season 1 mentions Angelus. Keep dreaming, I see. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. Season 2 is, I'm trying to think when exactly they mentioned no, yeah, season 1 sets up Angelus technically with the episode Angel, where they mention the Gypsy Curse. But that's the only real mention of it, and then season 2 goes into Angel a bit more. So season 2 is where things really pick up. I'm not saying that 1 isn't mandatory viewing if you watch the show. It's just rough. Oh, is it rough? I do have...
Carlos!
That should have been the Carlos button. I don't remember exactly what everything does because I can't hear it. Maybe I can listen to it. Although that might cause double feedback, which would be bad.
Carlos!
That one I heard because it was a stream about redemption.
It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it.
I could talk for a good while about Buffy and Angel. Want to commit many murders? I think you should. Ruins of some kind. Building there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
The lieutenant takes off his glasses and cleans them. Crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Gift books and molten can.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Look through.
Rows and rows of Hyundai men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundai and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundai, Return to Hyundai, and the solipsistic Man from Hyundai and the Hyundai Man.
What? Good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundai and the sages at the end of the world.
Fucking hate this.
Man from Hyundai and the false god. Man from Hyundai and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundai, the Hyundai colonies. Man from Hyundai and the swamp beast. Man from Hyundai and the snow crabs.
Game is ruining my life.
Not even close.
Yep, I fucking knew it.
Man from Hyundai in hell. Man from Hyundai and the forest of slaves. Man from Hyundai under the lake. Man from Hyundai, Hyundai burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Hyundai Man, and so much more.
God. Storekeep, tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why are they so popular?
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Doesn't sound like something I'd be interested in.
At last, someone sensible. However, I still urge you to buy one. Can't judge a book by the cover, they say.
I respect the hustle.
If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman, the man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Pain threshold. I'm not paying $9 for a book that I'm not going to read because I have a case to work. I will do this, though, because why not?
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Yeah, what is it?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hjelmdal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. Between the throne and the Hjelmdala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hjelmdal and the Devil Woman.
Interesting.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hjelmdal novels.
What? This feels like I'd be diving directly into the middle of the series. I'm not doing it. I refuse. Old sports magazines tucked away in a dark corner. Oh, there's an upstairs.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Through.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that really catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
I am struggling to, there probably is no point whatsoever. Well, there's probably a point. It'll probably be used somehow, some way. But it's real hard to make a case for it in narrative at the moment. The book collects the national recipes of Arda. They're all about lake trout. Hello.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
Unfortunate name. The clerk extends a greeting.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
You what? So you're the owner of this store?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Someone is blaring their headlights. Elder outside mentioned that this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
10.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Depends. How much do you pay the kid?
Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
She's paying her kid in her own college fund, yes. With her own money. You know what? Fuck it. In some more developed countries, this sort of thing is 2 felonies, child labor and slavery.
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done with the jokes now?
Her tone is decisive, not at all angry at the insinuation. We're done, yeah.
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
Change the subject.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Farewell for now, Book Peddler. See, I don't know, as quaint as the shop is, I feel like it's a hustle. I would be more inclined to buy something here if she was actually, reading.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books, thrilling tales of spycraft and daring-do. Crime fiction is a disgrace, an asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Absolutely.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the clock tower. The ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
Changing my Twitch to Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen dies?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Any more?
Yes. There's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
What do we have here?
A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard-Boiled Phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence.
Uh-oh.
Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
It's probably right. I'm a complicated guy full of contradictions.
Then this is the book for you.
Nope. My own brain is trying to sell me books. Is there anything against just reading through a book on a stream? It's a tome of fascist magic. Yeah, all right.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Now he's famous for not being able to see.
Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Gonna knock over one of these displays. Another boring book just discarded here.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
When they make the movie, so it's relevant again.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything, though it is important to note. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Does it say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East. Coudon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Faubourg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
Martinez.
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbour, even the whirling in rags there. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme. Ozon, Laurentide, Face à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white. Disintegrating into mathematics. In In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you. You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelaire, and Vimandu, on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. "850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called.
Hello, Palace.
Connections to other
What's wrong with your
worlds.
speaker?
Words past the Incelindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
That was fun. I'm not buying anything. Hope you're cool with that.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
Who are the Seminese?
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south.
I'm gonna go check on the boy once more. I'll be right back. He had it, no.
Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
What?
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books.
I don't think I want to.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Do I? What should I do? It is very quick. And do it again. Can't vote. I didn't take that right away yet. Guess I'm pulling open the curtain.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Anna is closed around her pendant, fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're dumb if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
What?
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
This is about the curse, that's why you're afraid.
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
And this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
But I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
All right.
Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right? There's no reason for you to venture into the unknown.
I'll be back.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Well, then for now.
Yes?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Why are you so uptight about those curtains? I just want to know what's on the other side.
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you.
Because you're full of shit.
Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't snapped in half yet.
If it's just a storage room, then why does it have a Seminese ward protecting it?
It's just for decoration.
She wavers under your gaze, mouth pressed into a tight-lipped smile. Then something breaks.
Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
She closes her eyes and starts mumbling something to her pendant.
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains.
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
A shiver runs through the woman. She looks around the dimly lit store.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Okay, I'm a little confused. What does that mean?
Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange, cage-like trinket on the curtains.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
How does that work out?
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
I think you got scammed, lady.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
But didn't you just tell me right away it's the curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Would you like me to take the case? I can investigate, see if the curse is real.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
No more questions
Okay,
about the
but
curse.
please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
Never mind.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Let me do it.
Time to fire up the old lie machine.
Fuck. I don't want to see all that.
Yes, you do.
I kind of want to say, now it's really
The
stupid.
woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Are we going again? Hold on. Ma'am?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome
Shit.
to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
I want to buy a book.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go! Get back there. The books await you.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
I'll be back. You gotta let me in. Damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. I could say, Caged has been arrested for stabbing a man. His coin-operated viewer has been banged up and inoperable. I'm taking that bag. Better mouthwash around me, boy. Give me that. Now, where was... Hear the distant swallows, seabirds. Hello, Druid. Why did that just autosave? That's a lot. A splatter of bullet holes lines the walls.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
The other one was eating a big sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
What?
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions.
I am Ferdinand
never.
von Eyre.
It's true, he is. And thank you for 81 full months. How are you doing, and welcome back?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
I got this. Oh shit.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Taking
A
surroundings.
chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory.
Alright.
Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
There is time for one last, before I glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak triceps, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
Sorry.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull.
I thought it was shot put.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined a pétanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
Okay, I'll try to fix this.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Yes, why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with the cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
So again, you don't know anything?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
"'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing."
Under guard booth.
Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. The booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Who was working your shift that night?
No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Get a program, get all the elderly back in the job market, keep folks motivated. Such dependency only weakens a man further. Do or die, there is no middle ground. I'm a Sith.
It's not charity. Not to me.
There's a grimace of pain on the old soldier's face. Looks like he wants to add something, but can't find the words. Finally, his eyes light up, and he says,
Up there, I give it all I got. I earned my keep. But you're right, officer. There is no middle ground. It's do or die.
Something about him has changed. He's calmer somehow.
I saw a picture in there. You were in it. Who's the girl?
She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Got it, thanks.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Saw the statue of Philip III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king.
What does that
Someone
mean?
who knows how to rule.
How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There's some weariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before.
The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
He asks, obviously annoyed.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revachel's finest years.
He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Seems like irresponsible behavior for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule countries.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
Seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Do you know what created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Yeah, I nearly clicked that, but then I thought against it. The communists again?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose a name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He adds, squeezing a bone in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't so, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why shell them here in Martinez?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Hold on, the coalition?
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Yeah, I played a little bit last night. 3 houses. I did Remire Village. So I'm right at the sometime in the next month, week 1. This did not explode in my Switch. Someone put a hacked sword as one of the I forget what they're called, but of the items that you can buy from the online representatives. I bought it. I haven't used it yet. I'm very curious. Reminds me, I was going to mod 3 houses. I was going to mod my Switch in general. I bought the little tool to do it. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm not sure if I will, to be honest, though. I need to do a bit more research. I think the tool is like $2 or something like that, though. So it wouldn't be a terrible loss. So why everything is so bombed out?
Damn right, son. They let the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence.
Take care, Asian guy.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Let's reread a bit. A fire in the city and it worked too. So the city got cleaned up. Martinez they keep as a monument. Dark shadow runs across his face. Now the Union Socialists are practically running the place. It's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence. Can I? I have skill points. That's good. I'm not trying to boost anything for this conversation. I'm just doing it. I was looking to see if I had like an encyclopedia or something that I could look at to get a better description of things. I also don't quite see how to... Although I don't see how many skill points. Is that the only one I have? I guess so. Go at a party planet, love and be loved by drugs. Oh no. I don't know if I want to do this. Oh, kinda. Okay, what did I need for... What did I need for the body? I don't remember what stat that was. Was it endurance? Just to be clear, we're talking about the not vomiting part. When inspecting the body, that was endurance. Okay. It is endurance. Wouldn't hurt. I also kind of want to up this just so I have it. Suppose I'll hydrate. Did it. Hey, arm fella, you right. It's that negative that's pissing me off. But it's from my clothing. Yeah, I'll come back to this. What do y'all think? You have a swing set? What an option. Yeah, that's... State Park. Your state gets swing sets? Our time.
I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisell had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just holy and beautiful in the world, was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
How does Philip III factor into this?
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Shingimo?
A true king in both blood and mind, led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
Exactly, it's a suzerain.
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Gonna be a heck of a thing. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go up to 48. 42. Let's give it a shot.
As Rene
It
turns
worked.
from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
How many medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
I will not look at the sun directly.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in Suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frissel I. A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frissel I during the Revolution.
Is that better? Yeah, sorry. I don't know why that happens, but it's been happening. I need to check the cable on this thing. I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, let me know if that. Oh, you'll let me know if that happens again. But all I have to do to fix it is wiggle the cable, so something's going on there. It's either the microphone or the cable. I'm going to start with the cable. Really fell off your sword. It's a child swing. You'll be fine. Yeah, I've been having absolutely zero luck, to no one's surprise, with technology. Like, literally every day there's been something, especially after I solve an issue, the next day there's something else wrong. And well, let's just say I'm not pleased. No, it really wasn't. I'm just asking.
Honor is everything to me.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
So what did you get the medal for?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
Wow.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Saved a princeling.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
That is very silly.
He really despises that Drissant fellow.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drissant marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Carnage. Must have been a bloodbath. Bloodbath? Bloodbath.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me.
Cut a
He was missing his lower jaw.
Fair enough.
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
That's his right thigh. Okay, and what did you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
The bane of horses.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Joyce Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
This would never happen to Johnny Logjaw. Christ. Can imagine living without my jaw.
He didn't. I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. more than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Sounds like you're being modest, Rene.
The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drizant. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
What is that? Okay. Just a little bit proud of Rene's heroics, aren't you?
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like Rene himself. Certainly not to me.
I'm sure.
How did you find the story to be, officer?
What do you mean, when? Doesn't seem like a good moment to express an opinion. I don't want to risk it.
Bon Dieu. You and Gaston must be related. His blood runs yellow too.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't end this out for anyone with a service recall. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
Why do you despise Drizant so much?
Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. And 782 Royal Carabiniers are dead because of his incompetence.
Whoa, man-loving? Is that even a word? It is not.
Thanks for this story.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Revacholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Nah, I'm good. I feel like 90% of the helpful, you should do this, is the devil on my shoulder. Enormous bones, worthy of a real Mao, I see. The lonely corpsman surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Bucket.
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Because this one is fresh. Oh shit. Target acquired.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back. Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out, trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
She hisses. Why are you in pain, Commander? A garden hose. This won't be of use until the snow melts. A balcony with a view to the yard and the hanging.
What's that noise down there?
The fuck? Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. You may have seen something. Another splattering of bullet holes on this wall.
It's been a week and now they show up?
Wow. Orange bum hat, huh? Just a closed door, but you look at it suspiciously. Please don't bum my orange hat. I need it. I'm coming up there.
There must be another way into the building.
Oh my god.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
That's so many computers. 5 hours over. I hope you're well compensated.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
What? He says in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
No trouble for me. I just want to know what's going on here.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually,
is it really that important?
He asks you, adjusting his shirt.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Can you tell me your name?
My name is Martin Martinez.
Yeah, okay.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually called Martin Martinez, are you?
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
He scans the courtyard. It's silent like the bottom of a well. Every sound captured and reflected back. It's like she got a good view of the courtyard or backyard. Can you tell me anything about the
I'd
hanging?
even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
How about you?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did you?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
The lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Old patio chairs and dead houseplants litter the scene.
He's an actor, declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
What does that mean? What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
We'll talk later.
No. We won't.
How dare you? He takes one last drag of a cigarette before stubbing it out on the balcony.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Wake me up. We did not end up doing the door thing for the guy. Huh? Will that go up by 1%? Did it change it all? This isn't going to work out. I'm going to do it.
This
oh my God.
isn't a place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains?
Hey, listen. I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes, compassion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the railing. Now we got him for littering. Time to apply the pressure.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
All right.
He's gone.
Should run after him. See where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
You're right. Probably didn't have anything important to say anyway.
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
The lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
It's a key. Great, let's do that.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Someone drew a penis on that door.
There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
How are we going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
All right. Works for me. Before I do that, save. Like this many doors. Kuno boy. Oh my God, what? this song. Just roundabout north. Outside apartments. Excuse me. Inside the frame of a motorcycle in repair and the tools used to disassemble it. There's a girl up there. Did you spill the paint?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue d'Espérance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Let's start with the blood type and go from there.
Go where? Accosting a minor?
Listen to your partner, pig man. Keep your grubby hooves.
That's not what I meant.
Ladies.
Despite the attitude, she puts the brush aside.
A brush? An artist? The red splatter is urban expressionism.
Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
What? What? She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier.
Hatred? Disgust? It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershaw. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
I can do wacky.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
So you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so...
Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc.
Fair enough.
With the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite.
Of course. You know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
All right.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Thanks for the tip. Send you the fucking skull. And I'll be right back. I'm going to feed the cats. Alright, where were we? It opens. I have 3 cats. Looks like there was more construction here 1 decades ago. The belly of this boat shines like it was painted recently. I do miss Ellie. Suppose I'll hydrate. Docking reserved for residents of 33A. The room in the whirling isn't much bigger than this sloop. This is worth more than you'll ever learn in all your life. Edward hasn't really eaten much for the past, day. He had gone pretty much 18 hours without eating, so we, anyway. So it's really just keep an eye on him. Try to get him to eat something. He ate treats, but those are freeze-dried meat. Do I foster? No.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Those are the same cat names. None of their names have changed.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
Ellie had to be hopefully rehomed. She was... When Zeppelin moved in, Ellie did not take kindly to it, so she became a bit socially regressive and violent towards Zeppelin, and then when we got Frisk, they got worse. She was very territorial, and the only place she felt even remotely comfortable was in the office with me. There was an incident where she attacked Zeppelin's foot, and that basically sealed it. But we took her to the Humane Society, and I don't know, once you give up an animal to them, you basically relinquish any form of contact with them, and you don't know if they're actually rehomed or anything like that. So I have no way of knowing what happened. And I think about it every day. Because it, more than likely she would. That's my hope, but I don't know for sure. And I say that because hers was in a special case. I checked the website, every day for about 2-3 months. She never showed up. We were told that she would be, there had to be an 11-day period where they kept track of her because she bit Zeppelin and drew blood. And I reported that, not knowing what their policy was on that sort of thing. But it was explained to me that for animals that have attacked humans, they have to basically go under quarantine and observation for 11 days to basically assess their behavior. And if they are deemed, I guess, violent or do anything, like they put them down, and I don't know what happened there. And they didn't exactly. Their policy is once you sign the paper, that's it. No contact. So I can only hope that she is okay.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here.
The grip is tight and cold.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
Obviously.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
Well, let's get wacky, I guess.
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
Well, why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
What nice fabrics.
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat. While dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible. Within reason.
Yeah, so?
Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Ashamed?
Yes. You're too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Odinel.
As I was saying, If there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
All right. We're doing this. Yeah, let's go up. Okay, there it goes. Here we go.
Voila, you're doing it.
You seem rich. Can I have some money? What do I do here? I'm supposed to be doing wacky. This will throw her off, I think. 3 is kind of pathetic. Yeah, but that's... I think it's just wacky enough. Fine.
Why, yes, I am rich. How much money do you need? Hopefully not too much. I couldn't bring all of it with me.
Christ.
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
130.
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She reaches into her raincoat and pulls out a zip bag. In it, you see paper notes arranged like black gills.
She removes a few notes
Fuck,
and
okay.
hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch. There must be about 200 real in that zip bag, maybe a little less, plus some change at the bottom.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
I'm an honorable policeman. One of the few good men in Rivishall.
You're right, man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do.
I will.
Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revisholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Who are the others?
Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
She does not register the real meaning of the remark. Tell me something else.
She nods.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Lady 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
Okay, but what kind of boat is it?
It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
What? Eels don't have hips.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Wow. Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
They run an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
The show? Run his bald head?
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
Do bees have knees? They will when I'm done with them. Still, I haven't seen anyone else sail on a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
I see they have something in common.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Why?
Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down.
It'll come off like I'm envious, and I'm not.
You're not? Okay then. Just keep on admiring the boat then, unburdened by envy.
I think I have a handle on this boat thing.
Good.
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She falls silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Okay.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57.
Oh, fuck. You mean the badge that I don't have?
And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? I lost a bag just related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, the city, nothing.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
I get $130.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Then I'll find it somehow. Let's talk about something else until I do.
Of course. But before we do, officers, let me be perfectly clear. The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us.
Fair enough. What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What's your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the Union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The Union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
She did.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
So the strike is connected to the lynching.
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
You mean Measurehead?
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
How are the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Pinatas. They asked for pinatas.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Not even a little bit. I mean, pretty fascist win. Why isn't this up by now? You know, fuck it.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker a member of the board.
What exactly do they mean by it, though? What's the demand?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything, really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
That's a tall order.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny in a really? You think this is going to work kind of way?
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again.
That's because the strike is obviously manufactured. If I were to hazard a guess, the murder, with it being directly connected, is whoever it was is being used as a scapegoat to halt talks.
And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
They're fighting for their rights. The ringleader is not supposed to be there. He is a plant.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
What happened to Goma?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Wow. Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
Scabs at the gate. Did he put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
Let's call them strikebreakers. He put them there, right?
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What do you think of Everett?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
It's Smuckers.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Sound like you're about to take a rapier to him.
Oh, heavens no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin.
That's Everett, all right.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of him?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Huh. What about the Union itself? Outside of Brothers Clare.
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right expression.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
Okay, it sounds like a mob. What is basically a social club.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
Said something happened in the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
I have an idea of who that might be.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files.
Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need here.
Of course. How else can I help?
By the way, I've talked to him.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I didn't. He is not the champion I've chosen. I was to swear fealty to you in the cause of the capital. Oh, no. I didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually...
Yeah.
Corruption.
Yeah.
That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verne-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
He told me to be wacky.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verne myself. However, if you felt like discussing something...
Stole her line.
How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be... gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
I'll put it to a vote, just for funsies. Yeah, it's so quick, unnecessarily so. See, I can get behind this because wacky. There's a voting system, yeah. There's Twitch integration. It's very fast, though. You need to have the extensions enabled, and you have to be on it. Literally cannot vote. You have to shout at the screen.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
I mean, that was actually part of it, yeah.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
No.
Well, maybe he's not as helpful as you thought then. Is there anything else?
I'd rather talk to you about something else.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
That's all
of
for
course,
now.
Detective. Take care.
I honestly am enjoying just fucking with Kim. You want to talk? Are you? Right.
Yes?
No, not yet. I could go in here. We'll go in here. A note reads, foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. That's an interesting track. Excellent. Excellent. Bookie Street. Door number 9 is locked. Mailbox is overflowing. Can I look at the mail? I'm taking those shoes. Taking those shoes right now. Give me the shoes. Ah. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
Examine.
It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Not yet.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
What's to do with the antlers?
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it invoke in me?
Nothing at all yet. Right now, it's just meaningless shapes on a wall.
There's a lot, huh? Boxes filled with cleaning chemicals, smells of laundry detergent. Balcony. Eviction notices. and pets are plastered on top of each other. Old shoe rack. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. Apartment 12, loud rumbling snore comes from within. I'm gonna get moss crawls on the bathroom tiles. Actual moss. These shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. Communal shower. Vito says, a firing squad for the rich. Waves crashing in the darkness. Someone has torn down the wall. An old grocery list is on the table and checks. Is this the same balcony that I saw before? Oh no, it's you. I'll be back. There's so many things to investigate. Let's talk to this guy. Or a lady. An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
You alright? Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing, red spots appearing on her cheeks.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Looking for a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, to smoke around the balcony.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble. Just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I have a few questions.
Ask away, policeman.
It's one of the residents on a vacation. Their mailbox is overflowing.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
Who lives behind the padlocked door?
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar.
Suddenly, the old lady's face is beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college.
Oh no.
Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
Mean the star and antlers? I think that's a symbol of, well, I'm not gonna. She doesn't know. Are you sure you don't mean astronomy?
That's what I said. Astrology.
Okay.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go.
Yeah. What can you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still...
She leans on her broom.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
You know who lives in the foreclosed, or lived in the foreclosed apartment?
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
Why is there a hole in the wall in the abandoned apartment?
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
All right.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Gross.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
She did it. Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number...
Oops. That's fine. How's it going in Sweden?
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
I'm gonna do this. Don't mind me, just gonna, just gonna...
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
I just fell off. I don't know what happened.
After you, detective.
Don't die caged. A flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads, Kraz Marzov.
Why does this tenant have a bust of Kraz Marzov in their bedroom?
The white star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Really drunk, oh dear. Much poison. A bullet, okay. Oh, it doesn't work, huh? Oh, there we go. I like my thing. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Okay. see what's going on here.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Form a guess.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Did this damage?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol.
Oh wow. Went to a music competition and you won. Well done. What kind of music, if I may ask?
Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
You know who shelled our city?
The Coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
Hold on, I need to take in this ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Time to go.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we're evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint, it's heavy fuel oil. Red-dyed heavy fuel oil is only used in government vehicles, or at least that's the idea.
Is that government fuel oil?
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
Fumes are bad for you, okay?
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
Fair enough. Give me that. The door's locked, you can't get in. Chair's new. Someone lives back here. Oh, I hate this. Oh wait, that's right next to the coal room. This is the coal room. Someone's been sleeping here recently. 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Cindy? Enough coal to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. Oh shit. Am I putting on the jeans? Oh, these are shorts. No, they're jeans. What does it give me? Reaction speed. I'd rather have the reaction speed. Reaction. I thought it said -1 reaction speed. Yeah, -1 reaction speed. I see. I need the back equipped in order to do that. Who needs to read? Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, of course you would lose authority for that. Aren't they? What? What was that about a flashlight? Oh, I have a flashlight. Secret. Oh, God. I had no idea. About. All right, I left the. This is really neat. Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns. That's neat. I hope it doesn't have a battery.
What happened here?
Can't close an arm of the hole in the wall. This looks so sad.
Put your emotions aside. Try to focus on abstract, impersonal things.
And morale.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
It's always a little something in the fridge.
Indeed.
Proceed. Highlight. Is there a way? Okay. All right. Low light areas, though. I should go up to the balcony and talk to that man. Oh well. Maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. The curtains shift just a little. Someone is watching from within. Just watched me take that change. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. This is the door to apartment 29. Complete silence. Whoever lives here isn't home. Apartment 30. Voices from within, singing along to some buoyant dance track. There are things to put in a bag. I wonder how much this can hold. Or what? I see. Just a door. Nothing for you, right? Alright. Don't be the judge of that. Guess I'll come back to that, huh? I should be able to parkour over this. But I can't.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the...
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
He looks around, taking in the cold spring air.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
Sounds good.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry, you'll get him. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for today.
Probably. How do I get those? Can I get those? Oh wait, that's... Yeah, I know where that is. Technically, I can get those. All right. Don't think I went down here. I.
Yes?
No, it's not what I. Show me. Bottles. That's the lid. I have the thing for that. Oh shit. I'm gonna get shot. Half lane, I don't. Okay. That's a whole bunch. Gonna make so much money. Oh, God. Kim, I need you to watch it. Give it. Is there a quicker way to do that? Oh my God. Look, stealing's honest work. Walking around with a pry bar. Did I ever talk to that person?
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
What about the warehouse?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Come on, give me something to work with here.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Thank you. Stealing a raincoat.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back.
I can afford this now. I'm buying a raincoat.
Here you go.
I thought it was 1:30. It was 1:30, okay.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers? Insignia.
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crowned with wavy rays. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol.
What about the back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
The lieutenant nods towards the racist lorry driver. This belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Fritta, smoking nervously, hoping it's over.
All right. Always with the audio bugs. All right. Bunch more people.
Can I help you?
So about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
Yep.
Well?
Here it is.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. It's good you paid before 9 p.m., or your door would have been locked electronically.
He taps his foot against the metal box he installed in the back of the bar.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Ah, hell.
I'll take a room here too.
He opens his wallet. Introducing you to Attack on Titan after that fan game in Washington Season 2, and there's a lot to catch up on. Yeah, that was basically where I was at. I think I had stopped after Season 3 was well and done before I went back to it. I think I had stopped after the first.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes?
Sorry. Finishing karaoke.
Absolutely out of the question.
What do you mean?
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
Incredible.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
Menacing behind blue eyes. But no one knows what it's like.
The door is closed.
Can I?
The door is closed.
Can we just like, don't do it? I'm gonna clean up in there. Oh. I can't clean up after myself? That's fair.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark phantoms with many tiny eyes, chaotically arranged and not looking at you.
Fine. Wait. Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. He's been here a while. We sure he's not dead?
Is in a deep slumber. The worker is in a
Wake
deep
up.
slumber. There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Why the yelling, man?
A 30-something man slowly lifts his head and gives you a pensive look.
Looks like a Sao descendant. A lot of Sao dock workers around.
I need you to answer some questions right now.
Really? You woke me up for that? Fine. What is it, officer?
Tell me about Wild Pines.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's that going?
How's it going?
The dock worker lets out a big yawn and subsequently made me yawn, and I'm mad at him for it, then stares at the cafeteria terrace doors. Some fingerprints glisten on the glass.
Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
It's total madhouse.
Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better off without the employers and their employment. For one, I could get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say.
Why are you sleeping here while others are out striking?
Nate got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. I'm just getting some sleep. Or was.
Who's behind the organizing strike? Organizing the strike?
The workers. The union. We know what we need.
You mean there's
right for us.
Leader? Question mark.
Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
I doubt that. What about the dead body in the yard?
Yeah. What about it?
Seem cool with it. Do you have many of those hanging from trees around here?
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
Someone has to look into it. Looks like I'm that someone. Tell me what you know.
I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
What trouble?
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook.
See anything interesting in your dreams?
Thank God, no.
Jesus Christ. What? Those are so quick. We'll run it again to give people more time. God, it's so fast. Is it bliss-free of some things?
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But when I'm out, then I'm really out. No X anything. Just quality time.
Yours?
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait.
I don't think there's a way to extend it now.
Empty. Sorry about that, pal.
It was one of the major complaints that people had about the extinction in the first place. I did a bit of research. Right.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
give it. I can do that. I can space and do it. So useful.
The trash container stands in the spring snow. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
I don't think it's body time. You little shit.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Yeah, I'll
There
give it a
he
shot.
still is, looking right through you.
But I
with his
need
white
your
eyes.
help.
The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
All right, here we go.
As you breathe
Shit.
in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under six-rotor airships.
Don't ask me how I know, but this is a lashing belt used for airlifting cargo.
Airlifting? I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently, this is the reinforced kind for air transport. My brain tells me so.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
We're assuming dock workers from the harbor did it?
The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing?
My past has undergone total annihilation. Nothing remains. My mother, the love of my life. Certainly not a briefing.
Okay, you should ask me for one the first moment we get.
How do they even get him up there?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
Did they climb up using the kid's ladder?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
That'd be a hell of a throw, though. It's pretty high up.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
Sure wanted him to stay up there. Rope is reinforced with steel wiring.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
Crane. Got any knives? I can just throw knives at it.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
Inspect the tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
So am I.
A sudden ringing fills the air as the lieutenant pulls down the zipper of his orange jacket.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm.
Okay.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Does the lieutenant work?
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
He produces two metal-capped ampules and clicks them into place on the side of the apparatus. A thin slot shines there.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
He points the camera at the corpse, peering into it. The lens needs adjusting, then
a sound, a
pop.
shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
What do we need this photo for?
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it? Should look at it later without the corpse smell.
Sure. Just don't lose it.
He hands you the piece of rolled up photo paper. It is no larger than a pack of cigarettes.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
Inspect the boots.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
These aren't just boots, are they? They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a classic.
Forget about the notebook. Tell me about the armor.
It's clearly some manner of super armor. Or future armor. Super future armor. I'm useless.
What kind of armor is this exactly?
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be.
Where?
Under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
What happened to the rest of it?
The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
He nods towards Kuno, who's eyeing you suspiciously. Maybe he was just wearing these boots?
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it, and this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
They told him to strip before they hung him to demean him.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties, and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to.
Pull off the boot.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Oh.
Stop!
He looks at you, the boot under your arm.
Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
It's a bad idea, isn't it?
You're going to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
I'm not going to pull his head off.
Yes, that's what I said. You'll compromise the coroner's case if you do. So please, don't.
Indeed, from this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take much more. Being dead for a week has all but liquefied his muscles.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot?
Thought there might be clues inside the boot.
Maybe we should concentrate on what's outside the boot and leave what's inside to the boys at processing? Just this once. Besides...
He taps on the boot.
There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused to his feet now. Why do you think the locals haven't scavenged them yet?
Oh, it's gross.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around.
I don't want those boots. No, that's gross.
All right then. You can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many honor points have you collected?
There are honor points?
Of course there aren't. Don't be naive.
What's gonna happen? Oh, okay, got it.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
The material looks out of place here.
It is. It's expensive.
The lieutenant draws a line in the condensation on the ceramic with his index finger.
We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much are we talking about?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Jesus.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
It's a lot, I take.
As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot.
Could this man afford such expensive hardware?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Initial report?
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
Pretty advanced for a security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
And
His
the eye.
eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
I need your strength.
The corpse is dead silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Unfortunate. The buff, like it went through, it just didn't, it still failed.
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50, with an athletic build.
Back off.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench. Eyes like a shark.
Squint, take a step back.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
His face and hands are pink. Eyes too.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think it was up right after death. Hands, feet, and neck are discolored.
Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
He was strangled?
Yes, there's always a chance we are wrong. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
Something's coming out of him.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
That's awful imagery.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Not lucky.
Did we? I don't feel lucky.
Fair enough. Speeding up.
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
Wow.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Back off.
But there is no breath to catch. only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
So, how do we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
Step back and have another
cadaver
look.
Slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Didn't something give me... No? Sworn something gave me. That's what it is.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled with decaying veins and
I need your
blotched
power.
lividity. On his chest, a fading web of tattoos. The cargo belt used to hang him from the tree looks reinforced.
Here we go.
I'm gone.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Where's that?
In the past. Way out in the west.
Help.
The blue heart. Oh, that's good shit. You'll love it. Just press down and fuck it open like you always do.
Oh boy.
Fuck it hard. Corpo the clown.
You what?
He means force. It'll work.
I see you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
You are now, but who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer. Go ahead, Corpo.
What is happening?
What do you mean?
Talking to you.
It's the power of your...
Back, or black frothy liquid starts bubbling on his lips.
Imagination.
I see.
Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You fucking love questions.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Give me a comical amount of questions.
Coming right up, copperoonie Rooney.
Okay.
This is getting upbeat now.
Who killed you?
Love did me in, Brother Corpo. It was love all along.
Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have.
Yep. Why is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
I'm Harry.
No. You're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. That's who you are. Rooney the motherfucker.
Okay. Can you ask me a question?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this?
You what?
Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
Maybe this will lead to something indescribable, unforeseen, miraculous. The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile. The face rotates before you slowly.
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
Enough.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
That's not what this says at all.
Of course. You have questions, don't you? Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Got it right that time. Preliminary examination is done. Let's get him down from there.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither
Off the branch.
there and so the branch?
Yeah, it seems dangerous.
There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Can't someone else do it?
Someone else? You mean like the police?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they help?
Why can't the boys from processing take care of this?
No.
Okay, then.
I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
Maybe we could ask for help from the harbor?
I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
Yeah. Wait, let's reconsider.
But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
That's not ideal. Let's shoot him down.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
The buckle makes sense.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
Let him choose.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks.
This is a mistake, but it's metal as hell.
Securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Easy does it.
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The Phalostes was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised.
Yeah, I should have known better.
He cannot trust his eyesight.
Fucking idiot! Mukabat asshole! Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
It's okay.
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano clad.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
What now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun! This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
You know, I'm beginning to think my eyesight isn't great either. I could either hit this body or this shit-talking kid.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani poika. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
Wow. Feel away first.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
That's not trigger discipline.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
The gun belt.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Don't do that.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the evening light as the corpse slowly rotates. The slow movement of the branch in the wind and your shoulders directing the gun sync up, dancing hypnotically.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Wow. I need your power. And now we're talking.
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Who killed you?
Communism.
Okay.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right.
So the guy with the padlock.
Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
How did I do that?
By being a damn good shot. Ace is high.
The lieutenant raises his right hand, waiting for you to slap it.
The ace is high, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol, especially in sports. The gesture is spread across the world, despite the defeat of the revolutionaries themselves.
Of course I'm gonna slap it. Slap it. Bam.
The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise and down to the point.
I knew these guys were
What? What now?
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
He needs to turn away from the corpse.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells. The fall seems to have released something deep inside it.
The stench is getting bad. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. I need a little breather before we do the autopsy.
Alright.
I would suggest we interview Everett and Joyce, the leader of the Union and the Wild Pines rep. But we've already done that, so it's up to you, detective. Take us where we need to be.
Let's,
Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Excellent. Temporary research. Wait, hold on. All right. Those for more. Picture you. Doesn't matter, I wonder. I can't tell if these are different. Does it matter which one of these I click? Does not. How many points do I have? Okay. I'll do that. Left now, I guess. Interesting. Now, for this one. But got a bonus. Take care of what's going on. I see. not be bad. Would love to enjoy healthy organs. Fine detail detectives, sensualists, urban scavengers. I'm torn. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm gonna give Kuno a taste of his own medicine. Try not to give tips unless I ask, just as a rule. I'm torn. I want to lean into the empathy thing. I also want to up this just to dealing with people like Claire is really annoying. So if I can offset that in any way, that'd be nice. I think I'll do this for now. Just to have it. Alright. Got a handful of frames at some point. But yeah, I didn't intend to get the body down tonight. Just went for the check and it worked. So I'll take that. We're just gonna leave it. This kid is gonna do terrible things.
Fuck does Kuno care?
You know? You need your power. Let's do this.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Interesting. How?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad.
She put the body up there.
Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses.
Yeah, she's in on it, for sure.
All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Glad she's out of your hair. She's fucked up.
She's not fucked up. Everyone's fucked up. Stop judging shit.
Alright.
Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him. Just don't mess up again. Or you will. There are no guarantees here.
This is tough. See, on the one hand, riling him up with the control thing might be the ticket, but he also might see that as me trying to control him. And this, he seems beholden to her. I can't tell if he's afraid of her, though. We can do it, but I'm going to hit the button in approximately 10 seconds, so get ready. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's crazy scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's
Yeah,
not
okay.
crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Yeah, he is afraid of her.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours. He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Is she too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him.
You're right.
She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
How many cops has she killed?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
He feels eyes on the back of his head and stops.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
You think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
He points at the apartment building behind the fence.
What was that, Kuno?
The little one twists her neck, looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
That hallway there, the janitor's closet?
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style.
How is she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner.
Broken window.
Every time Kuno went out.
There was only waves. The window was broken. I didn't check. I didn't see if there was glass. I didn't think to. But she came in from the darkness of the waves.
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
What language?
Fuck knows. She says it's the Song of Air People or some shit.
Okay. What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
It's Suruese. The Suru are an indigenous ethnic minority in the social democratic powerhouse Vasa on the tundra and tiger-covered Isola of Katla. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
Do they have red-haired people there?
You mean evil little red-haired people like her? Yes, they do. The Suruese have that ginger gene.
Could she be Suruese?
Suruese? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suruese community, or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho, cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
What's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
I feel like I need to, though.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
All right. Do you think it's possible that she's killed other children?
Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
He usually looks you straight in the eye. A little something just crumbled there.
How are you dealing with all this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
You need backup. Here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
Understood, Kuno.
All right. Now we can do business.
He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him.
Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
He starts no longer whispering.
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. That's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded.
What was that about? What?
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on.
Okay.
Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who's your dad?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
How much material are we talking?
Like half.
Half of what?
A baggie, but like in this vial.
That's half a gram, sir.
Half a gram?
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not?
That's not very much material at all.
Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
I made up my mind and this was going to happen.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
Incredible. Going after the most violent man in Revachol.
Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything.
He aggressively points at his eyes.
Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckheads. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What? I don't know if I want to split a kilo with Kuno.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
That's a thing I can say. Obviously, I'm not going to take it. We need to get drugs away from a minor.
Okay, then.
I'm off.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
God damn. What a game this is. But okay. I feel like this is a good place to end. I'll play more of this. Saturday, Friday. Yeah, Jay is definitely out of town. So we'll have more time for this in theory all next week. There's the option to call CPS. I don't think that exists here. Boy, do I wish it did. Take care, Druid. Have a good night. Oh boy. Yeah, we progressed farther than I expected to. Really didn't expect to get the body down. This is still day 1. In this world, CPS means to protect you from the children. Yeah, that sounds about right. Actually, I have one thing I want to check. Kuno Protective Services. Sorry. Man from Heim, on the wildfire. Doll. Hey, piece of candy. I think she came in from there. Alright. That's gonna be bad news. It's gonna be real bad news. But that'll be bad news for next time. Until then, thank you all for hanging out. Have a good night. Have a good weekend.